Grubhub, or Easy Bites.
Hi, this is Rich Wagner from Whispering Pines. I've been suffering with acute back and knee pain for many months, and after trying visits to the doctor, painkillers, and spinal injections with no relief, I went to see Dr. Wright at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. After the first visit, I noticed a lot of improvement, and I've continued to improve with each treatment. Thanks to Dr. Wright, I'm feeling much better than I have in a very long time. I was skeptical about chiropractic treatment at first, but it has truly given me my life back.
This is Dr. Wright. I can't guarantee I can fix every problem, but I will tell you honestly whether chiropractic can be of help for your particular issue. Living with pain is not always the only option. Doesn't it make sense to explore every avenue before resigning yourself to the limitations of pain? Call our office today to schedule a consultation and start living again. 673-2225.
War Dogs Army Surplus is Moore County's largest selection of Army surplus. They buy, sell, and trade Army surplus, and they'll match any legitimate offer from competitors with a price match guarantee. They'll match and beat any competitor's price by 10%. With the largest selection of vintage and modern gear and collectibles, War Dogs has everything you're looking for. Open Monday through Friday, 10:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. 675 Southwest Clark Street in Southern Pines, or call 910-920-7749. That's 910-920-7749. War Dogs. We offer more and sell for less.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time on Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000. This is more than just innovation. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. This is no spills autofill or hands-free fill-up from your fridge. This is no preheat air fry right in your oven for food that's crispy without the oil. This is an in-oven cook cam so you can check on your food from your phone. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile. Upgrade today with your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street, downtown Aberdeen. Call us at 910-944-8887 or shop online at keysappliance.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back, one local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is proudly sponsored by Moore County Citizens for Freedom. Always looking out for you.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. How do you get sentenced to 5 years for accessory to murder? No, wait a minute. It's worse than that. How do you get sentenced to 5 years for 3,500 counts of accessory to murder? Last week, a former member of the Nazi SS was convicted in Germany of helping in the murder of Jews for over 3 years, and that was his sentence. The man is 101 years old and most likely won't live 5 more years. I don't care. Should have given him life and hired a team of doctors to keep him alive in prison. Well, that was Germany. Let's talk about New York. This month, Michelle McKelly, age 42, was arrested for the 100th time for shoplifting, and as usual, she was released the same day with no bail. She's free to continue her criminal activities. You know what she said when she was released? She was angry. She said, "Y'all are stopping my hustle." Let's swing over to California. You might remember the 2 guys who were arrested there for having 150,000 fentanyl pills. Law enforcement tells us that was enough to kill millions of people. But they were released 2 days later without bond. You and I are the good guys. We don't break the law. Those that do get out and do it again and again and again. This ridiculous trail we're going down's got to stop. Good people like us have to speak out. And I'll tell you, the best way to do that is at the polls with your vote. I hope you have a wonderful day today, and I hope it's very safe. From the Zoom Warm Zone.
We're looking at scattered showers and thunderstorms to develop for this afternoon. Highs will reach the low to mid 80s, and we are going to see temperatures tonight in the upper 60s and the lower 70s. The stationary boundary that's to the south of us will gradually move out. That will allow us to see a lot of cloud cover tomorrow and mostly dry conditions. Highs in the upper 80s and lower 90s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Did you know today is a flashy holiday?
I never realized you were so photogenic.
It's National Camera Day.
Take my picture! Take my picture!
It's a nice camera you have there.
A day to focus.
That's a terrific camera.
How about point and shoot?
Take my picture.
Photography lovers.
Say cheese! Cheese! It's showtime!
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, and don't forget, of course, we are being heard and seen around the world on the live video stream. That's rolling right now at our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Any of those will get you to the right place. Go to the middle of the home page, and that's where the video link is. Now, if you just want to broadcast audio stream, that's available 24/7, 365 by going up to the corner of any of our web pages where it says on the air, listen live. Click that once, and you're listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area, it's going to be mostly cloudy with scattered showers, a chance of a thunderstorm, 40% chance of getting wet officially, high of 82. Then tonight, partly cloudy, maybe an isolated thunderstorm, a low of 69. Thursday, partly cloudy, 88 for a high. Plus, the humidity will be All right, the dew points will be in the mid to lower 60s. Thursday night, partly cloudy 71. Friday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, chance of a thunderstorm, high of 87. Saturday, partly cloudy 89. Sunday, partly cloudy 88. Monday for July 4th, well, that seems like a trigger day every year. That's when things turn hot and they turn muggy. And we're going to have both of those on Monday with a high of 88. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are, calm, pressure 30-56, solar radiation up to 26 watts per square meter, 2.70, humidity 91%. It is cloudy and 73 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 7:35, 35 past the hour on this Wednesday hump day. John will be here. John Zoom will be here next hour with Treasurer Falwell with us, as well as some other guests. So be here for that. For this half hour, you got me. No, don't hit that dial. If you probably watched some of that so-called showboat trial on the network yesterday for the January 6th debacle. And they had a lady on there named Cassidy Hutchinson. Cassidy Hutchinson is was a low-level White House assistant who did not have access to the president. And she climbed in that witness chair and looked those people in the eye, and she was saying that Trump had, according to a person she talked to, in other words, hearsay testimony, which is not allowed in court for the very reason it can easily be a lie, in which case this is. But she said that Trump had ordered the Secret Service to go to the Capitol, which they said, no, we got to go back to the West Wing, and he said he threw his lunch against the wall of the beast and grabbed the steering wheel and tried to drive it, meanwhile assaulting the Secret Service, which was all a lie. The two Secret Service men in the car, the driver and the backup man, were both in the front seat, and both are willing to testify that all that's a bunch of crap. It didn't happen. He got in, they drove him back to the White House. That was the extent of the incident. But, made for good fictional TV, and Cassidy gets up there and says all these lies, and it only took less than 30 minutes for it to be debunked, showing her to be another nut job who's just out for the fame and glory. People say she's trying to get a job in Florida with the White House or whatever, and it doesn't matter what she's going to do. She pretty much sacrificed her entire career and dignity for a few hours, just and also got a few nice tweets from those folks with Ukrainian flags on their bios, but on Twitter. But she's pretty much done now because it turns out all to be a lie, and it didn't take any time whatsoever, hardly, to prove it so. Of course, the nut job news outlets climbed right on board and decided they'd play along and, really ramp this thing up. One lady, I believe it was on CNN, she said, no, or maybe it was MSNBC, said that we have to think, Liberty is even thanking her today for keeping her safe. I don't know where such hate comes from. I really don't. They try to hate on somebody so bad. I can't stand Biden, but I don't hate the man. He desperately needs to step aside and have somebody in there knowing what they're doing, instead of hoping it will all work out. And he gets some really bad advice from John Kerry and the like, saying that you got to stay the course, Mr. President, because people like me, it makes sense for me to fly around in a big old plane so I can get things done. You're not getting anything done. And why they don't really study global science is beyond me. All about this global warming. We have global warming every 10,000 years. Actually, it's a 35,000 year cycle caused by the rotating axis of our planet. Our planet's on like what, a 27-degree tilt for the most part. Time and space is very long, but things do happen during that time. Now, our Earth is tilted, but the axis, if you were to speed it up in motion, the axis rotates around in a circle, wobbly, as much as 13 degrees difference in the tilt. But it will take thousands of years to get to that tilt point where we are just frying big time, and then it will start trailing back toward an ice age. And they project the ice age line to be somewhere around Georgia, South Carolina line. Everything above it will be frozen solid, and feet, tens of feet of ice down on the ground, including North Carolina. But that's 10,000 years away, maybe as much as 15. So we gotta, that right there is going to push to global warming. We're on the global warming side of the wobble, and will be for about 15,000 more years. So it will keep getting a little hotter and a little hotter and a little hotter. But these climate change people think it all comes from, from other sources, meaning mankind and fossil fuels. That's a bunch of balooey. Some emissions come from there, but it is offset by what we're trying to do. We're actually going in a direction that will cause more carbon in our atmosphere. Because they've done studies where they take a good old Tesla, one of those $67,000 Teslas, and from the point of manufacturing, and they do this also with a fossil fuel car equivalent to the Tesla, and they start with the manufacturing, showing what carbon footprint is needed to manufacture a Tesla versus a sedan, and then all the fuel that's used to get you around the life of that car, say a couple 100,000 miles, and then the destruction of the car as it goes on that junk pile. They figure up all the carbon released during that whole life of the car, from conception to I guess it would be to out of use. And they found that more carbon is released in making the electric car than in the gas car, even including the driving in between. So if that's the case, which it is, mankind's not going to make the difference. If you go toward the EV units, well, guess what? You add more carbon to the atmosphere than you would with gas cars. And they need to get off this kick and put the gas out there. They can get it. They can bring these prices down tomorrow, just like they jacked them up by increasing supply of fossil fuels. And when they do, prices will come down and things will get to be a whole lot better around here. But they won't. They'll keep on blowing the John Kerry crap in your ear, and you will pay. You will pay with your lives and livelihoods in your checkbook, because they can't seem to come up with one single truth combining everything they say. You'd be hard-pressed to find a single truth in their global warming theories. Well, the scientists say it's true. Well, the scientists left out a piece of the equation. The Earth's wobble. There's one other thing. We got 70 active tornadoes on the Earth, all spewing greenhouse gases 24/7. Can't cut those off either. And they spew more greenhouse gases than all of mankind combined. But they leave that out of the equation. Everything's man-made. Well, it's not. Just a small percentage is man-made. 0.4%, I believe, is the number they came up with. 0.4%. All right, let's run through some sound bites this morning. Let's cheer everybody up. Well, shut up, Napster. Let's cheer everybody up a little bit, and let's see what the Overnight Unique Boys put together for us.
Hey guys, I heard about a Southwest Airlines passenger who was caught airdropping an explicit photo of himself to everyone on his flight. But on Southwest, that's just known as the in-flight entertainment. Even worse, he was in the upright and locked position. I don't even know what does that mean?
A Chihuahua mix named Mr. Happy Face was recently crowned the world's ugliest dog. They knew it was a winner when the other dogs started sniffing its face. A Norwegian cruise line ship struck an iceberg over the weekend while sailing off the coast of Alaska. Finally, some good news. There are still icebergs.
Well, one of these days, Seth Meyers might be funny. It's just not today. I'll tell you what. We also could use a little happy news, don't you think? Here's your good news for today.
Good news is good news.
I have good news on good news on good news.
Good news, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to some good news.
That's what I got for y'all today.
Okay, so what's the good news?
And the good news is...
Let's hear it.
All right, the video is going viral of a mother crying tears of joy after hearing her nonverbal autistic son speak for the very first time. Here is the moment that Melissa Hutchinson was able to hear her 5-year-old Keegan say the word more. Kill the background music a little bit. All right, there you go. Play it away.
Say more. More.
Well, at least she didn't go for mama. The vegan burger that allegedly tastes like human flesh won an award at the Cannes Lions Festival last week. Swedish food company Oomph said that it even worked to get the perfect texture of flesh on the burger. Here's the chief and co-founder of the human flesh tasting burger, Anka the Duck Linden, talking about how he did it.
We have actually never tasted the real human meat. That's, for me, it's too crazy too. I went into my kitchen and started to see how close I could come. Hey guys, it's just plant-based. There's nothing dangerous, but the thought, that's, I think, people are gonna be uncomfortable with. So we see how much guts they have.
Okay. I think it was last night, or anyway, it was the last America Got Talent program. There was a lady on there, redheaded lady named Marissa Beddoes, and she's an opera singer by profession and a vocal impressionist. Here she is singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow as Celine Dion, Snow White, and Surrey. You can also find her full performance online, but here's a little piece of it.
Celine Dion.
Where all us met, open and dress, way above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me.
Snow White. Somewhere over the rainbow.
theory? Birds fly over the rainbow. Why, then oh, why can't I?
Yeah, let's crank up the fake cheering. It gets old. Get it back down to reality, but everybody's just busting out loud, just so happy. Are you old enough to remember having to buy and develop film? Are you? Well, let's check out National Camera Day.
Okay, today is National Camera Day.
Listen, feather brain, take this camera, snap this picture, make it a candid picture.
You're on candid camera. You snap for the camera. And when you smile for the camera. But all I've got is a photograph. I got your picture. Look at this photograph.
Snap, snap, grin, grin, wink, wink, say no more.
National Camera Day.
Yeah, back in the days before a digital camera came around, you actually had to use a camera. And you actually had to put film in it. And you actually had to get it developed to be able to see it. It wasn't instant. You know, you always had to buy flash bulbs to go on top of the camera. Disposable cameras at weddings, they were put out so that people could take, you know, pictures of the wedding, and then you leave the camera behind for the wedding couple. But a lot of people didn't understand that, and they took the cameras home. Let's see. Yeah, back when I was in college and high school, I worked for the Raleigh News and Observer as a photographer. And you grow up quick doing that job, and you get a front row seat to the world and to the news. You see some of the beautiful things in life, and you see some of the goriest. From horrible accidents to murders to a rose show. One thing you had to do is you had to develop your own film when you came back from an assignment and get it all printed up and sent up to the newsroom. And it was, you know, it was pretty amazing. You know, you go out and shoot a news thing that morning, and you bring it back to the lab and at the paper, and you process it and you print it and send it up to the newsroom. And that afternoon, they were printing it in the Raleigh Times, because you had two papers back then, News and Observer and Raleigh Times, both owned by the News and Observer. Raleigh Times eventually folded, and the News and Observer is trying to still hang on. But they ran a lot of local pictures, and I always thought it was pretty amazing. You know, you took a shot in the mornings and after people's hands that afternoon in the paper. Nowadays, we just don't appreciate those days. We really don't. But it helped put me through college, so it served its purpose. But nowadays, they go out there with the same old Nikons, but it's just imprints on a photosensitive pixel. And it's funny how those little itty bitty lenses on the back can be more detailed than your big old Nikon lens. Okay, let's see. Did all that. Let's look at some tweets. Stephen Miller, who appears a lot on Fox, very smart lawyer, says that the GOP majority, if GOP gains majority, they need to appoint select committee to investigate the dissolution of our borders, subpoena Jean-Pierre to determine who told her who to spread the risible, contemptible, monstrous lie. And if she repeats her lie before Congress, she's guilty of a crime. Let's see. I did have that soundbite, didn't I, of her.
so many of these. Nope, don't have it right here. Maybe I got it in a second here. Jean-Pierre reacted to the news of nearly 50 dead migrants at the border, focused on the facts and holding the human smugglers who endangered vulnerable individual prophets accountable. The fact of the matter is the border is closed, she said. Well, doesn't look closed, does it? Not to me or not to you, I'm pretty sure. But here's how she put it for the rest of us.
We're focused on them, on the facts, and holding the human strugglers who endangered vulnerable individuals for profits accountable. And we're focused on continuing our historic actions to disrupt dangerous smuggling networks, including through a new anti-smuggling campaign that just in the first 2 months resulted in over 1,800 arrests. But the fact of the matter is the border is closed.
Yeah, right. We believe that, don't we? Right on the mind of Jean-Pierre, I guess it is. The Leo Terrell 2.0. Biden administration signs 5-year lease to house migrant children as border crisis worsens. Yeah, they're going to hire all these unaccompanied children are now being shipped off to where? Oh, yeah, North Carolina, Greensboro. They've rented a old Jewish school to house them and teach them. Let's see. You dump your baby off, and they immediately jump on the payroll of the United States taxpayer. Oh, and mom and daddy jump on the payroll too. By the thousands they come in, 46 of them dying yesterday in the back of a truck. They said some of them were still hot to the touch when they got them. Dan Bongino says, as I said, this story we're talking about, Cassidy Hutchinson's story, she said, this story is BS. I'm sure of it. Let's see. Greg Price says, if it's true, we're talking about the Trump thing, it means that January 6th committee allowed a completely ridiculous accusation to air on national television before even interviewing the Secret Service agents who were actually in the car about whether or not it was accurate. They've already said it's not. The nasty Italian, she says, how effing stupid do you have to be to believe something that dumb? It's Jonathan Turley, you know, the historian and lawyer that's on Sean a lot. It is curious that the committee would air the account without confirming from the Secret Service, particularly about since Bobby Engel appears, he was one of the Secret Service agents. He appears willing to testify. This is the danger of using witnesses to repeat third-party accounts, a la, or also known as hearsay. That's why it's not allowed in court. And if somebody starts spouting, you cut them off. Like if somebody's accusing you of something, they get up and say, oh, well, his brother told me, hearsay, Your Honor, objection. And they cut it off. I guess that's the way it should be. Another person wrote, my neighbor's dog told me the same thing. You know, third party, now a dog. Oh, I don't have time to get this one in because this one's funny. All right, we'll have to wait till next hour when John joins us. It's coming up on 8 o'clock. All your news, sports, and weather is next. And we'll be back on the backside.
We're looking at scattered showers and thunderstorms to develop for this afternoon. Highs will reach the low to mid 80s, and we are going to see temperatures tonight in the upper 60s and the lower 70s. The stationary boundary that's to the south of us will gradually move out. That will allow us to see a lot of cloud cover tomorrow and mostly dry conditions. Highs in the upper 80s and lower 90s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. In 2020, we had the most secure border in decades. The words of Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who adds that now Biden's deadly open border policies have emboldened the cartels to do exactly what happened in San Antonio. That's where more than 50 victims of human smugglers died in the trailer of an 18-wheeler.
The death toll from a tractor trailer packed with migrants that was found abandoned in stifling San Antonio heat Monday evening rose to 51 Tuesday. Authorities say it was the deadliest tragedy in a migrant smuggling case in U.S. history. More than a dozen people, including 4 children, their bodies hot to the touch, were taken to area hospitals. Antonio Fernandez, CEO of Catholic Charity San Antonio, visited one of the survivors in a local hospital.
We asked if she was from Guatemala because we have been told that there was people from Guatemala, and she actually nodded yes.
The Mexico Consul General in San Antonio said among the dead, 27 are believed to be of Mexican origin. U.S. Representative Henry Cuellar of Texas told the AP the driver of the truck and 2 other people were arrested. I'm Mike Gracia.
The United States taking on a bigger role in the security of Europe, according to President Biden, who says the U.S. is establishing a permanent headquarters in Poland, along with bolstering air defenses elsewhere.
We're going to send 2 additional F-35 squadrons to the UK and station additional air defense and other capabilities in Germany and in Italy.
The president speaking in Madrid at the NATO summit. At the Vatican, House Speaker Pelosi met with Pope Francis Wednesday, taking communion during a papal mass in St. Peter's Basilica. This despite her staunch pro-abortion stand. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures are up 24 points. NASDAQ futures down 12. S&P futures off a fraction. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
We tried Dynovite nutritional supplement, and after a couple of weeks, we noticed a big difference. Our little Gizmo's coat was shinier, and there was a lot less scratching and shedding.
My dog smelled and scratched constantly. We bathed and sprayed her, took her to the vet, but no results. Now, a little Dynovite in her food helps Bella keep her beautiful coat with no scratching or smell.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynovite.
European Union countries have reached a deal for stricter climate rules that would eliminate carbon emissions from new vehicles by 2035. 27 EU members found agreement on draft legislation aimed at slashing EU greenhouse gases by at least 55% in 2030 compared with 1990 levels. This replaces a previous target of a 40% reduction. More than 500 inmates have escaped from a heavily guarded drug rehabilitation center in northern Sri Lanka after a suspicious death led to an outbreak of violence. The rehab center, about 150 miles northeast of the capital, Colombo, mainly treats prisoners convicted of drug-related crimes. Nearly 1,000 people were undergoing rehabilitation at the center, which is guarded by the military. Police say officers were at the center investigating the death when inmates became violent, broke down security fences, and escaped. News and analysis, townhall.com. New capital murder indictments have been returned against a convicted killer in Texas. Correspondent Jason Walker in Dallas.
Authorities now allege Billy Schmermer is responsible for 22 deaths. A Collin County grand jury indicted him Tuesday on single capital murder counts in each of the 2017 deaths of 4 elderly women. The 50-year-old man has already been convicted in Dallas County of capital murder in the 2018 death of 81-year-old Lou Thee Harris. Since prosecutors weren't seeking the death penalty, Schmurmer was automatically sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Jason Walker reporting.
The New York governor's race is set. Congressman Lee Zeldin, the Republican nominee, faced Democrat nominee Kathy Hochul, who became the state's chief executive last fall when Andrew Cuomo stepped down. More on these stories at townhall.com.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Cooper Ford has done it again. For the second year in a row, Cooper Ford has earned the prestigious Ford President's Award from the Ford Motor Company, given only to dealers who exemplify exceptional customer service. It's no surprise that Cooper Ford is the dealer of choice in the Sandhills. No games, no gimmicks, no market adjustment addendums or outrageous markups. The price you see is the price you pay at the locally owned Cooper Ford.
I'm Aaron Cooper. Please come see us here in beautiful Carthage or visit us on the web at cooperford.net. And as always, working really hard to be your hometown dealer.
War Dogs Army Surplus is Moore County's largest selection of Army surplus. They buy, sell, and trade Army surplus, and they'll match any legitimate offer from competitors with a price match guarantee. They'll match and beat any competitor's price by 10%. With the largest selection of vintage and modern gear and collectibles, War Dogs has everything you're looking for. Open Monday through Friday, 10:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays. 675 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines, or call 910-920-7749. That's 910-920-7749. War Dogs. We offer more and sell for less.
Sears low price guarantee and price match policy. We will not be undersold. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, new owner of your local hometown Sears store, where creating relationships and helping our customer make an informed buying decision is our business. Remember, we will price match any in-stock local competitor. See store for details. Shop your local Sears hometown store in the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Many of our neighbors are going to the emergency room with a heart attack or stroke. Some don't make it. Even though they work, they're caught in the coverage gap with no health insurance. They can't afford medications and doctor's appointments. We can fix this. Let's close the health insurance coverage gap. Tell your lawmaker the time is now. Our neighbors deserve it. Text GAP to 46839 to learn more. That's GAP to 46839. Paid for by the American Heart Association.
You know they're out there. You know. You can't see them.
Can't see.
You can't hear them. But you know they're there.
They're there.
Termites. You know they're hungry. And you know your house is their main course. So you know you have to do something.
What can you do?
It's really quite simple. You ask for Termador, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. Every last termite dead.
Bye-bye.
For a long, long time. Now you know. Only Termador is 100% effective against termites in 3 months or less. So ask for Termador by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termador, you're asking for trouble.
Termador is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. That's 944-2474.
And CIGAT News. I'm Mike Riley. Republican legislators have released their budget proposal. It does not include Medicaid expansion. Derwin Montgomery with the American Cancer Society in North Carolina told WITN.
We need a North Carolina solution to serve and support North Carolinians who don't have access to care. because of the lack of insurance.
The budget does include starting teacher pay raises to $37,000, a new $1 billion reserve to deal with inflation also. House Speaker Tim Moore outlined the average teacher raise would be 4.2%.
Teachers in this budget will be seeing an average raise of 4.2% and will receive a total, if you look at the combination over the biennium and you take into account the steps, it actually averages out to 9.1%. Clearly a very robust and very significant raise.
The fallout from the explosive testimony from a top aide to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows continues this morning. Cassidy Hutchinson testified before the January 6th House Select Committee of a chaotic scene on the days leading up to the riot. CBS News correspondent Scott McFarland reports.
Before yesterday, Cassidy Hutchinson's was a name and face unfamiliar to many Americans, but her testimony provided vivid details about what the former president was doing the days before and the days of the U.S. Capitol attack.
Turkey has dropped its objection to Sweden and Finland joining the military alliance NATO, according to Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg.
And I'm pleased to announce that we now have an agreement that paves the way for Finland and Sweden to join NATO.
As a nationwide blood supply shortage continues across the country, in western North Carolina, local blood banks are struggling. Advent Health's Victoria Dunkel.
Our cancer services centers across western North Carolina require at least 6 to 8 units of blood on any given week.
You're listening to NCN News.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Some things sound so good you can almost taste it. Like Bluebell Strawberry Lemonade Ice Cream. Delicious strawberry ice cream swirled with lemonade sherbet and sprinkled with lemon-flavored flakes. It's better than you can imagine.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
51 migrants, including children, are dead after being abandoned in the back of a sweltering tractor trailer in San Antonio, Texas. At least a dozen people are still in the hospital as investigators work to identify the victims. Naomi Ruckham for CBS has that.
More than 50 lives are lost in what officials believe could be the deadliest human smuggling case in modern U.S. history. Investigators believe the 18-wheeler semi-truck discovered Monday in San Antonio had mechanical problems when it was left on a remote back road in triple-digit heat. Initially, 16 survived and were taken to area hospitals. 5 later died, including children. A small memorial now sits at the site where the truck was found.
There's been little change in the acreage scorched by a wildfire in Hyde County. North Carolina Forest Service Incident Commander Michael Creek told WITN.
Smoke and fog mixed, and it makes it very hard to see in front of you, only 5 to 10 feet. It makes driving conditions very treacherous.
There's a sleepover offer just for Dolly Parton fans.
We never did allow no roots to grow beneath our feet.
Dollywood is taking reservations for Sweet 1986. Dolly's tour bus parked at her resort in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. It's got a closet full of the star's Christian Louboutin shoes, sparkling gowns and jewelry, plus a wig cabinet. The Gypsy Wagon sleeps 2. It also comes with a hotel guest room for 4 more. The price of the 2-night stay, $10,000. Profits go to Dolly's charities. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Gas prices in North Carolina are declining again this week ahead of the 4th of July weekend. AAA says despite the decline, gas prices are likely to be the highest in history for the 4th of July holiday. Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
We have a stationary boundary that's to the south. That's going to aid some showers and perhaps a few thunderstorms early and this afternoon. We will also see gradual clearing as we head into this evening. Look for highs in the low to mid 80s today. By tonight, we're down into the upper 60s and lower 70s. We do have mostly dry conditions on tap for tomorrow with a lot of cloud cover. Highs will reach the upper 80s and the lower 90s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sandhills area, it's cloudy, 74 degrees, humidity 89%, 2.71, winds calm, gusting to 1, pressure 3056, and solar radiation up to 125 watts per square meter. It is 8:14. Let's take a look at your Sandhills news for this Wednesday hump day. The town of Aberdeen commissioners welcomed the fire department's first ever full-time female firefighter Monday night. Samantha Henson was welcomed as a firefighter. Henson received her certification from Sandhills Community College. Joining her were firefighters Kendall Watson and Nathan Pedersen. Mayor Robbie Farrell welcomed them to the, quote, finest fire department in the Moore County. It is very difficult to find recruits, and we think we have 3 good ones. And a chicken truck was involved in a head-on collision Monday evening. The accident happened shortly after 7:30 p.m. on Highway 22, about a mile outside of High Falls. According to the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, it was a low-speed wreck. The driver of the Toyota Corolla was going between 25 and 30 miles per hour. Highway Patrol told Sandhill Sentinel, according to witnesses, the elderly female driver of the car had been driving slow and was on both sides of the road. Alcohol was not suspected, as they believe it could have been a medical event. She was taken to Moore Regional EMS to Moore Regional Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The driver of the truck was evaluated by High Falls Fire and Rescue and was cleared on the scene with no injuries. The front driver's side of the Toyota Corolla and the 18-wheeler sustained heavy damage. High Falls Fire and Rescue used several water hoses to spray the chickens to keep them cool. Hazmat from Aberdeen Fire and Rescue was called due to the amount of fluids leaking from the truck. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sandhill Sentinel. And, of course, you can always go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:17. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Your morning sports report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports, I'm Josh Zach. The ACC is moving ahead with a plan to change its football scheduling model, going with a 3-5-5 plan that will go into effect for the 2023 season. All 14 of the ACC's football members will have 3 permanent scheduling partners and play those schools every year. Then they'll face the other 10 schools once every 2 years, 5 1 year, and 5 the next. On the pro side, Baker Mayfield appears ready to move on to the next chapter of his career away from Cleveland. He told reporters during his youth football camp in Norman, Oklahoma.
I think it's been pretty obvious the mutual decision on both sides is to move on. You know, I'm thankful for my 4 years in Cleveland. There's a lot of ups and downs and a ton of learning experiences that, you know, I'll forever keep with me.
The NFL, meanwhile, insists on an indefinite suspension, while Deshaun Watson's legal team argued there's no basis for punishment as both sides presented their cases in Delaware on Tuesday. The hearing will continue today. The 3-time Pro Bowl quarterback agreed to settle most of the civil lawsuits against him for sexual misconduct. He's still facing significant league penalties. Cleveland, meanwhile, they've been unsuccessful in trading Mayfield, partly due to his contract that has him making almost $19 million in guaranteed money in 2022. The Browns had discussed a trade with the Panthers, but have yet to make a deal. Serena Williams lost her first singles match in nearly a year. She was beat by 115th ranked Harmony Tan of France in a third set tiebreak at Wimbledon yesterday. The 23-time Grand Slam champ was 2 points away from victory but could not finish the job. At her post-match press conference, she told reporters she does not know what the future holds.
That's a question I can't answer. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Who knows? Who knows where I'll pop up?
The 40-year-old had not competed in singles since she got injured in the first set of her first-round match at the All England Club 1 year ago today. This is NCN Sports.
Are you considering a backup generator for your home and tired of being told it'll be several months for delivery? Alternative Power has hundreds of units in stock and can have your generator installed in a matter of weeks, not months. A Generac automatic standby generator from Alternative Power guards your home against blackouts caused by weather of all types. Prepare your home now with a Generac automatic standby generator. Alternative Power, North Carolina's Generac experts. See more at alternativepower.com.
If you pay your city or town for electricity, you live in a public power community. Public power is there when you need it, with a reliability rating of 99.9%. And as a public power customer, you experience fewer outages and faster restoration compared to those served by other electric providers. Better reliability, fewer outages, faster restoration. That's the value of public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
A person with direct knowledge has told the Associated Press the LA Lakers guard Russell Westbrook is exercising his option to play for $47.1 million next season. The past NBA MVP and one of the league's top 75 all-time players will turn 34 next season, which will be his 15th in the league. 4 months after suggesting those who defected to the Saudi-backed LIV Golf Series were sellouts, Brooke Koepka yesterday explained that he simply changed his mind. He signed with LIV Golf last week for its first event on American soil, which starts tomorrow at Pumpkin Ridge near Portland, Oregon. Koepka cited a knee injury that has taken a toll on his body and the desire to spend more time with his family as factors in his decision. He did not mention the multi-million-dollar signing bonuses LIV Golf has given to players or the $20 million purses for its 54-hole no-cut events. Josh Zach, NCN Sports.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
So you had a whole house generator installed, so that when the power goes out, the power comes right back on. Or it's supposed to. The generator guys at Carolina Power and Generators can make sure it is ready to go when needed with a biannual 35-point inspection, 24-hour service, and much, much more. Maintenance by Carolina Power and Generators equals peace of mind. For more details, visit GeneracNC.com and power up or call 910-241-4677. That's 910-241-4677.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years. And they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time on Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
This is Chuck from Sunbelt Service Pros. Are you just not feeling it anymore with your AC service provider? Are you calling those guys because that's what you've always done, or because there's a sticker on the thermostat with an old phone number on it? How about this? Take a chance and you'll be thrilled to find that you're getting real value for your heating and cooling dollars. When you call Sunbelt Service Pros, you are dealing with a professional and reliable service provider. Our technicians are highly trained and certified and can quickly address any issues. Our customers find our technicians and office staff courteous, friendly, and professional throughout the whole process. We're doing something right here. You need to check us out, find out what you've been missing, and call us today. Sunbelt Service Pros at 910-944-2044 or go online to sunbeltservicepros.com.
This is more than just innovation. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. This is no spills autofill for hands-free fill-ups from your fridge. This is no preheat air fry right in your oven for food that's crispy without the oil. This is an in-oven cook cam so you can check on your food from your phone. This is smarter innovation. This is GE Profile. Upgrade today with your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street, downtown Aberdeen. Call us at 910-944-8887 or shop online at keysappliance.com.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is proudly sponsored by Moore County Citizens for Freedom. Always looking out for you.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. How do you get sentenced to 5 years for accessory to murder? No, wait a minute. It's worse than that. How do you get sentenced to 5 years for 3,500 counts of accessory to murder? Last week, a former member of the Nazi SS was convicted in Germany of helping in the murder of Jews for over 3 years, and that was his sentence. The man is 101 years old and most likely won't live 5 more years. I don't care. Should have given him life and hired a team of doctors to keep him alive in prison. Well, that was Germany. Let's talk about New York. This month, Michelle McKelly, age 42, was arrested for the 100th time for shoplifting, and as usual, she was released the same day with no bail. She's free to continue her criminal activities. You know what she said when she was released? She was angry. She said, "Y'all are stopping my hustle." Let's swing over to California. You might remember the 2 guys who were arrested there for having 150,000 fentanyl pills. Law enforcement tells us that was enough to kill millions of people. But they were released 2 days later without bond. You and I are the good guys. We don't break the law. Those that do get out and do it again and again and again. This ridiculous trail we're going down's got to stop. Good people like us have to speak out. And I'll tell you, the best way to do that is at the polls with your vote. I hope you have a wonderful day today, and I hope it's very safe. From the Zumwalt Zone.
We're looking at scattered showers and thunderstorms to develop for this afternoon. Highs will reach the low to mid 80s, and we are going to see temperatures tonight in the upper 60s and the lower 70s. The stationary boundary that's to the south of us will gradually move out. That will allow us to see a lot of cloud cover tomorrow and mostly dry conditions. Highs in the upper 80s and lower 90s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
I never realized you were so photogenic.
It's National Camera Day.
Take my picture. Take my picture.
It's a nice camera you have there.
A day to focus.
That's a terrific camera.
How about point and shoot?
Take my picture.
Photography lovers.
Say cheese. Cheese. It's showtime. It's a shame the way you mess around with your man. It's a shame the way you hurt me. It's a shame the way you mess around with your man. I'm sitting all alone by the telephone, waiting for your call when you don't call at all. It's a shame the way you mess around with your man. It's a shame the way you play with my emotions.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sand Hills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams. And don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's available to you from our homepage at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the page is where the link's located. If you just want our broadcast signal 24/7, you can get that too. Upper right-hand corner of every page has an icon that says on the air, listen live. Click that once and you're listening back quick. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area. Going to be mostly cloudy today. May see some scattered showers and thunderstorms later today. High of 82. Then tonight, partly cloudy, isolated thunderstorms, a low of 69. Thursday, partly cloudy, 88. Friday, partly cloudy, chance of a thunderstorm and a high of 87. Saturday and Sunday, partly cloudy both days, highs pushing 90. And Monday, well, the heat and humidity return big time, partly cloudy with a high of 88. And a heat index of 93. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm, pressure 3057, solar radiation 110 watts per square meter. Humidity 86%, dew point 71, and it's partly sunny and 75 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. It's just Wednesday, time for the Zoom Off Zone extended version, and you have the treasurer on the line, John.
We've got two great guests today. The first one's Treasurer Falwell. Good morning, Treasurer.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. I've got a couple of questions for you. We often talk about the cartels, as you call them, very famously called the hospital systems. And I want to say right off the bat that to people, this is not about doctors or nurses or other healthcare providers, and you've never made it about that. So I don't want anyone to think it is. This is about the hospital systems. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, I'm hoping I was predicting the future there, said that the two things that are keeping people from climbing out of debt in this state are inflation and medical bills. And I know that you've been working and addressing both of them. Just briefly, an introduction before I give you this question. The Atrium Health, and I'm not going to name all of them, but took in $1.5 billion in COVID relief money and $1.6 billion in Medicare. You reported that the hospital systems recorded $5.2 billion in net profits. Now, you've also talked about the people who disguise themselves as nonprofits have lost their mission. And you seem to be the only person, as far as I can tell, who's standing up to these cartels. I'd like to ask you to please address this.
Well, I'm actually sorry that I'm having to address it because I wish it weren't occurring. We're talking about the biggest transfer of wealth in this state in our lifetimes. The transfer of wealth from the citizens of our state to these multi-billion-dollar corporations that I call the cartel, who disguise themselves as nonprofits, which is especially harmful to lower and fixed income people of North Carolina. At the end of the day, and you mentioned somebody else earlier, it's not enough to talk about these problems. Eventually somebody has to fix them. And that's my reputation. And the fact is that we are spending so many billions of dollars on health care that we should be able to figure out what's right, get it right, and keep it right. But this is especially harmful to lower and fixed income individuals. I was talking to a 28-year-old this week, who did not pay a $10 copay on a credit score. I mean, a $10 copay on a COVID shot, and their credit score dropped by 50 points. 50 points because they didn't pay. They didn't pay a $10 copay on a COVID shot.
Well, it's almost impossible to fight these people, as you well know, and that kind of brings me to my next point I would like to talk about, and that's the Council of State. We've got 6 Republicans, unless I'm wrong about this, out of 10 who are Republicans. But it doesn't do you a bit of good to have the Council of State. It doesn't appear to me like we even have a Council of State when the governor doesn't bother to call a true meeting. Now, he may send out emails and he may do some things like that, but I believe you've stated before that it takes you a week or two to find out who voted on what. So how are we supposed to operate constitutionally when we have this going on?
Well, this is why we're trying to get a piece of legislation passed that brings governance and transparency and process to this governing body that your listeners are familiar with, called the Council of State. The Council of State is made up of the 10 statewide elected officials of North Carolina, and it shouldn't matter what political party that the governor is or the members of the Council of State are. The fact is that especially in the last 2 years, when we have faced the highest levels of food, job, education, and health insecurity and uncertainty in this state, the people of North Carolina deserve to know how this Council of State is operating, and when people vote on things like shutting down our state, what the votes were. When some of these votes were occurring in 2020, this is going to shock you, and nothing shocks you anymore. It took me 5 months to determine how 10 people voted on something. 10 people.
Bill, I'm not sure if folks really understand the way the Council of State works, but that should have taken you, it should have happened in real time. You should have been able to see them raise their hands. And as I understand it, that's the way the Council of State is designed to work. You meet in one room and you discuss it and you vote on it. Is that correct?
Or if the governor determined that for safety purposes that it needs to be virtual or by Zoom, that the recorded vote was immediately available, either way.
And so we have our Council of State, which is supposed to be something that the people can readily understand and look at and know how that they're elected officials, or the people who are appointed to this. I think they're all elected. I'm looking down the list. I believe they're all elected.
They're the 10 constitutionally elected statewide officials.
And just to give people an idea, you'd have the Attorney General, the Agriculture Commissioner, State Auditor, Insurance Commissioner, Labor Commissioner. I won't keep going, but you get the idea. And so we find out, we understand that that's no longer being held in a manner that was, I believe it was designed to be, to protect people. And then we also know that our legislature can't overcome this governor because they don't have a supermajority, and so he vetoes. And when folks are upset and they ask why can't the legislature do something about these ridiculous things that are happening by the governor, well, the governor will veto them. And I think folks should understand, Treasurer, that we're still under an emergency order. He still has those emergency powers.
Exactly. And you know, I just want to be clear with your listeners. There can only be one governor at a time, and I think that's the way it should be. But the fact is that if you're going to govern, which is a verb, being called the governor is a noun. But if you're going to actually govern, which is a verb, you should be willing to do it with transparency and the right process that gives the citizens a belief that things are being done in the open.
Well, you are famous for not letting people put words in your mouth, so I won't try to, but I call him the Pharaoh because he acts more like a Pharaoh than a governor. Last thing, I know you're busy, and then we have another guest here, but I want to ask you, it's been a while since we've been able to have you on, and for the folks who don't know, we have the treasurer on every other Wednesday. But I'd like to ask you to very briefly go over the some of the money you're holding for people in our audience. I can guarantee them, some of them,
yes,
you're holding money for some of them.
Tens and tens of millions of dollars that are being held at the treasurer's office in our program called nccash.com. This is not a gimmick. Your chances are better than playing the lottery. And it's where somebody, generally speaking, tried to mail you a check that you did not get or did not cash. Ultimately, it has to be sent to the treasurer's office, and I'm pleased to report for the first time on your show that we have smashed all records, paying out nearly $100 million in this fiscal year, 38% more than last year. And all of your listeners should go to nccash.com. Check their name, maiden, kids, parents, baseball team, Boy Scouts, church, and their business. I was having breakfast in Wilmington on Monday, and the person I was having breakfast with had 14 entries at nccash.com. The young lady who brought him coffee, random person, had 2 entries at nccash.com. She was less than 25 years old. The gentleman who served our breakfast, he had 2 entries at nccash.com, and his dad and his granddad had money sitting there. So it's just another valuable reason to tune into the Jay-Z show. Is not just to be affirmed about how you might feel about any particular topic, but also be informed about these particular things.
Well, I would like to add, I had several $1,000s that I found, and my daughter had less than 50. But it's a great, the odds are much, much better than the lottery. And Treasurer, I'd like to also add that every state has this. So if you've lived in another state, check it as well. It's a great program.
Yeah. And let's be clear, there's no charge to look up your name or anyone else's name, and there's no charge to make a claim. Anyone who tries to charge you, there's the ability to do that, but there's no charge from your treasurer's office to actually file a claim.
Well, that's right. Now, we probably need to reiterate that. I actually got a letter in the mail saying I had something in there, and for a fee, they would get it for me. And from talking to you, I knew that I did not have to pay a fee, so I just threw the letter away and did it myself. So don't be fooled. Treasurer, thank you so much for coming on with us. We'll talk to you in a week and a half. If you have anything before that, please shoot me a text, and we'll talk about it on air.
Well, thank you. And people can get more information about the healthcare cartel and this big weaponization of people's credit scores by going to nctreasurer.com.
All right. Thank you. And we'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
My next guest today is someone everyone knows as well, Nick Paserno, County Commissioner. Hello, Nick.
Good morning.
Listen, I'm not going to take a lot of time asking individual questions. I'd like you to tell us about what happened last week with the tax cut, and tell me how many different agencies got a decrease in their budget.
That's a good question. Last week was very interesting in county government because we were discussing both. We had a work session at 2:30 on Thursday. At that work session, we really went through the details of the budget, which has a lot of moving parts. As you can imagine, we have so many different departments of county government that all have to be funded to provide the services that you, the citizens, require. But the best, I think, conversations we had was with the school's finance officer. He actually came, and we were actually able to go through each line item on the school's budget. we had gotten it right on some things. On some things we had to make some adjustments and rethink. But it was a very, very good back and forth, very helpful to me as a commissioner to understand the financing of the schools. And in the ultimate budget, as you saw and the citizens have probably seen by now, that the amount of money that went to the schools was actually increased over last year by approximately $800,000 in local spending, or local budget for the current spending. So that all really came out of that conversation with the schools, and that's what we need to have going forward, so that our school system and our citizens can feel confident that the money that we're sending to the public schools is being used for the requests that they're asking for.
What about the college? I believe I read somewhere that you cut their budget.
No, that was a misnomer. I think that was reported wrong. What they assumed was, since we cut the tax rate, and the college has a formula that says we multiply a percentage times our property taxes plus our sales taxes, that they got a tax cut, or funding cut. But they actually did not, because the amount of sales tax that we're going to receive in the new budget that we think we'll receive, that we budgeted for, more than exceeded the amount that we cut in the property tax. So they actually got about a $215,000 increase in their local funding.
So I would like to point out something that Nick has been very kind not to point out, that the pathetic pilot got it wrong. Didn't just get it wrong, got it way wrong. And I want to remind you once again, the pathetic pilot does not bother checking into facts. They could have very easily called you and figured that out. Those are my words, not yours. Did any department take a cut?
No, not really. If you go down each one of them, everybody got a little bit of increase. You know, we did do a 5% across the board salary increase for our employees. We actually initiated that a couple months ago, so that it can become effective a little earlier, and that transformed over into the new budget as well. There were some other things that we needed to do in the budget that we addressed, and those things were addressed. But the good news is, overall, the citizens, we're going to be taking less money from you on your property in this coming year by 2.5 cents per $100 of valuation that pertains to your car and to your home.
Well, that doesn't sound like a lot of money, Nick, to some people, because, you know, they hear it and they think 2.5 cents, big deal. Is there any way you can put that into more workable terms for us?
Yeah, for every $100 or every $100,000 of valuation, you would keep $25. So you just have to look at the value of your home. So if you had a $300,000 home, that's $75 that you will not be sending to Moore County government. At least we can fill up your car maybe once, maybe. It's not a truck.
Yeah, it wouldn't even come close. But I want to add, and by the way, we're talking to Nick Paserno, County Commissioner for County of Moore. I want to add that, as we always say, Nick, and as you always say, there are people who need that money. And when I say need it, I mean, I don't mean they'd like to have it because they want to buy some extra cookies or something this year. I mean, they need it to survive, and every penny for some people is a penny that they actually need. So I'm so glad to see you do that. I want to change subject for just a second. A kick that Maureen and I have been on, and it's a very serious kick, is the issue of not just within Moore County, well, not just with Moore County per se, but also with the cities, Southern Pines and the Village and all of them, and that is the subject of well, I'm going blank here. Customer service. How I did that well. Now, see, I stutter and I stumble sometimes, and so I know I could never be president. I just wish the guy who sits in the president's seat realized that. But no, customer service, and I know that I know you very well. I know you're torn between two things. One is you're very loyal, and you've got some wonderful people who work for you, and you really haven't had much of a chance to check into these things and to hear some of the complaints. And on the other hand, you want to do what's right for the citizens. So we're gonna keep up our complaints and our specific acts of things that we believe are not good public service and are not good customer service. And I hate to take away from the 99 or 98% of people in the county who truly are doing so well, but there are a few that just make it almost impossible to get anything done, and so we're losing people who would move here in a business or build something here, build a warehouse. So how would you respond to that?
Well, John, again, our job as commissioners, we really only oversee 4 positions. That's the county manager, the county attorney, tax assessor, and the clerk to the board. Those are the only 4 that directly report, and we directly hire and fire. So we depend on finding really good qualified individuals in each of those 4 roles. If I, as a commissioner, get a complaint, I will go to the appropriate person. Usually that is the county manager. I'll address it with him. And in the past, Wayne has always been very proactive in trying to address those issues, put the right parties together to come to a resolution. As you know, when I first got in there, we were tremendously behind in septic permits. I mean, it was like 8 months to get a permit on if you wanted to build a home and you needed to have your land perk. We were so far behind. We have worked very hard with our county manager and with the environmental health. That would be Matt Garner, who's the interim over there in the health department, to get that situation taken care of. So while we don't directly intervene, we are a conduit for the citizens. If you have things that are not working correctly in the county government and we can improve on those things, we want to know those things. And so get them to your county commissioner, whoever they may be, me or the other 4 that we have, spread out amongst the county, and we'll do what we can by becoming that conduit to make sure they're being heard.
All right, so if you're one of those guys who's having a hard time getting a perk test after months or one of those things, let your commissioner know. I had a fellow in Robbins who listens, and we don't get along too well, but he had a question for you, and I'm just kidding about that, by the way. Ask Nick if there's anything other than the budget he'd like to talk about.
Well, there's lots of things that you like to talk about. That was sort of one that I weren't expecting this morning because I've been so focused on the budget. We were in this, and man, to really get it right, you have to really delve into it. But there are other issues, zoning issues that have been put in place since my last term. We're looking at some of those changes that have been made. It looks like sometimes we're over restrictive, and sometimes we might not be having enough protection. So we're looking at those things. Board appointments, we have so many advisory and other boards that we have to appoint people to. So we are always looking for good candidates, qualified candidates. As a matter of fact, one of the biggest disappointments I ever had with the pilot that you talked about was when we appointed a nurse to the health board. They tried to find something to make that controversial, and there was really no controversy. I suggested a nurse because I knew her. I go to church with her. Thought she'd be an excellent person on our health board. That's why I recommended her. There was no behind the scenes or anything. There was no controversy. It's just I knew her. I thought she'd do a good job, so we appointed her. So those are the things that come up that are really important as far as county government.
Well, because it's the pathetic pilot, I want to say I also know her, and I cannot imagine anyone more qualified. And I want to say that she's about the most uncontroversial person I could imagine.
Yeah.
So how could you ever make something out of nothing? I don't know. So how are you feeling about other things? Are you feeling pretty good about the way we funded law enforcement and our ambulance services and folks like that?
Yeah, there were several things behind the scenes that we did to improve the pay and quality of life for our EMS and our law enforcement. And of course, the pay raise was always nice, and we did some other things. There was one other thing that I probably should have mentioned on that last issue. Working with our school board on trying to get proper funding from the state is very important. I think there's some holes that are still there that existed when I was there, my last go around, that it still exists. And I look forward to working with Neil Jackson who's going to be one of our new reps, Ben Moss, who will be one of our new reps, to work directly in the legislature to try to plug some of those funding loopholes so that it's not passed down to the county taxpayer.
I want to ask you about, I'm going to try and do this from memory, and we all know how that's going to work, but you had talked about some information you had requested in reference.
Explanation is just too difficult to put together, so we just had to go with that for this year's budget, but they know for next year's budget certain information is required if they want to get funding. I told them in the work session, and I think our commissioner board backed me up on this, that they just can't simply put a slide up and say we want $200,000 for classified salary increases with no backup behind it. They need to show us the data and the detail behind the request, and I think that will happen going forward.
Nick, I don't understand how the Board of Education and the commissioners can ask the school to provide you with information as to the ratio of teachers to different class sizes. And yet, that is the number one complaint that they have, but yet they can't show you any information on it. And I, as just a citizen out there, I don't get that. I don't like it. And I'm really trying to be magnanimous here, because I think that there might be a new era. We've got some great school board members and some more coming on. Great, the commissioners are trying to work hard with people, and you're trying to do the right thing, and you've said you'll give them anything they need if they can just prove to you the need.
Well, that is vital, and that's why on a lot of the requests, I went through each one of the 10 items on that request, and I did a deep dive. And when I didn't have the backup, I called and I met with the superintendent and Mr. Cox. We went through it as best we could, but what happens is it becomes a crunch time, and you run out of time. And I don't know if that is the Dean Smith method to get more funding or not, but it just seems like some of these things should be readily available, and sometimes they're just not. And I think the new superintendent, I really have a good feeling that he's going to be very forthcoming with the commissioner. Everything I've asked him, he has provided to the best of his ability. So I think going forward, some of those issues will go away.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that. You mentioned the filling the vacancies on the different boards. What kind of vacancies are now available, and what does a person, what kind of requirements do they have to have in order to serve on a board, and how do they let you know they want to serve on a board?
Well, we have on the website, we have all the advisory boards listed. Some are statutory, some are just advisory in roles, and that list is under, if you go under the commissioner tab, you'll see that tab that shows all the advisory boards. You go on, you fill out applications, send in your resume. Then what I do, I don't know, I can't speak for the other commissioners. I take the resumes, I match that up with the board that we're looking at to see how your qualifications may match up for what we're looking for, and then we make a decision on who to appoint.
How long have you been back now as a commissioner?
I got appointed in March. So
any regrets?
Well, it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. No regrets. I love giving back to the citizens of Moore County. You know, I was born and raised here, so I love the county. I love the people, and I don't mind working for them.
And you're running again in November?
Yes, I do have an opponent in the November for the last 2 years of the unexpired term of Mr. Gregory, who passed, unfortunately.
Yeah, good man. We always hate talking about the fact that we lost him. So, Nick, you've been great about coming on here. I wish you could talk to some of your fellow commissioners to come on as well. But you always have, seems like you always have something to enlighten us with, and I always appreciate it. Final words, anything you want to tell us?
Yeah, the thing we didn't talk about on the budget, I'll go real quickly. What allowed us to do the tax cut was that we had an overage in the sales tax, that quarter-cent that you voted for to spend on schools. I felt strongly we had a balance in an account, a reserve account. So my motion was, and we accepted, was to move that money in to the revenue side of the equation for the county budget. And that freed up the money in the property tax. So it was a sales tax that you voted for. I wanted it used to be paid on the debt of these new schools. That's what you voted for.
All right, Nick. Well, thank you, and we'll have you on here again real soon.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and so it goes for this Wednesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for a Thumping Thursday. Until then, be sure to support the local businesses you hear on WEEB. They are the center point of our economy here. We can decide our own fate as far as our economy goes. So buy local, spend local, and help us all out. And don't forget also that millions of Americans have fought and they have died to give and protect the freedoms that you get to enjoy today. Live today worthy of their and their family's sacrifice. I'm Steve Leader Adams and the Leader Man, and Nick and Colt the dog. We'll all see you this afternoon at the hot, steamy dog park.
94111.
This weather forecast is sponsored by American Water Treatment, a Platinum Pentair dealer and Rainsoft service agent. Call 944-3140.
We're talking to Ron and Donna Van Hoover from Pinehurst, happy customers with American Water Treatment.
We have been with American Water Treatment for years, probably since its inception, or at least 8 years of dealing with them. We've never had a problem. We engaged with them initially because we were looking for someone who could purify our water throughout our whole house. There's never been a complaint on our end, which is saying tons about nowadays how people do their jobs. Whenever we've had any dealings with either Paul or Marty, we have found them to be so friendly, courteous, personable, down to earth, always on time, and very professional.
And they are always spot on.
So if you need American Water Treatment, call 910-944-3140, 910-944-3140.
We're looking at scattered showers and thunderstorms to develop for this afternoon. Highs will reach the low to mid 80s, and we are going to see temperatures tonight in the upper 60s and the lower 70s. The stationary boundary that's to the south of us will gradually move out. That will allow us to see a lot of cloud cover tomorrow and mostly dry conditions. Highs in the upper 80s and lower 90s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Get exclusive interviews and Eric's daily email by texting SHOW to 33777.
Welcome back. It's Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. I would like to go back to the phones. I want to spend some time here with Warren now. Warren, welcome to the Eric Erickson Show.
Eric, good afternoon. Actually, I happen to be a fan of yours for quite a while.
Well, thank you.
And actually, you should feel honored since this is the first ever phone call I've ever made.
Well, there
anybody.
you go.
Having said that, I was listening to your monologue, if you will, about Democrats driving moderates out.
Uh-huh.
And as I told your screener, as a moderate conservative, some people might call me a rhino, I'm more concerned about Republicans driving moderate Republicans out.
Well, look, there's a concern there, and I get that, but let me ask you some questions.
Yes.
So did you go to college?
I did.
Did you get a professional degree by chance?
No, I didn't.
Or graduate degree?
Nope. Actually,
right.
I was dumb enough to quit, although I did get, I was successful after that as an IT professional, manager, etc.
So you're in managerial, it was college degree in managerial. You know, so you fit the demographic of the Republican who's worried about the Republicans who aren't moderate, which is what the polling shows. But I will tell you, increasingly in America, there are fewer of you than there are of the people who didn't go to college. And the people who didn't go to college are more annoyed with the progressive Democrats than they are with the conservative Republicans who kind of look like them and think like them and sound like them, even if they're Hispanic. So there is this great, you're part of the realignment of American politics right now. We're seeing this
Unfortunately, as I told your screener again, I consider, and this goes way back, Republicans are a minority party, i.e. they have less registered Republicans.
Yes.
And I think they need to win elections here in Georgia, around the country, other places. They need independents to vote for reasonable reasonable or not. They need independents. And I just think they're going to actually shoot themselves in the foot with the upcoming midterm elections, not to mention whatever goes on in 2024.
I would just tell you that the data disagrees with you on that. And the reason the data disagrees with you on that is as much as you are concerned, and I am concerned, frankly, with the brand of crazy we're seeing even crop up with like the David Perdue supporters here in Georgia that turned out for him. What the data suggests is that even Hispanic voters in Georgia are moving to the GOP. And are doing so at a rapid clip because they're more concerned with the Democrats being soft on crime and their progressive attitudes. So, for example, there's a poll out. It has hit. A Quinnipiac poll has come out that has Raphael Warnock, the Democrat, with a 10-point lead over Herschel Walker. And it has Brian Kemp tied with Stacey Abrams. There's a problem with the poll, however. Democrats in Georgia are telling people this ain't true. Even we're not seeing this. That it might be a 5-point race between Warnock and Walker, and Kemp is leading Stacey Abrams, even in the Democrats' polls. Look, we all get in our bubbles, and we all have anecdotes, and we all have people we don't like. The question is, what does the data actually show? And I want to focus for just a minute before I get back to phone calls on this from Charles Cook at National Review. The most famous scene in Peter Weir's hit movie, The Truman Show. Philip, have you seen The Truman Show? We need to watch The Truman Show if you haven't. Depicts Truman Burbank's wife, Meryl, who, unbeknownst to him as an actress, growing alarmed by her husband's behavior, breaking the fourth wall in a panic and shouting, "Do something," to the producers of the titular show, who are hidden off set. Obliging her request, the producers immediately dispatch a neighbor, also an actor, to show up at Truman's front door, Deus Ex Machina style, and defuse the situation. "Who are you talking to?" Truman asks Meryl before the neighbor arrives. Who, indeed? For more than 7 decades now, America's boundary-pushing progressives have chosen to behave like Meryl. Whenever things have gone south, they've cried, "Do something," and sure enough, the powers that be have usually sent someone over to fix the problem. At long last, in 2022, the pattern may be changing. Reflecting upon the Supreme Court's recent decisions, the economist Noah Smith observed last week that he viscerally did not realize just how much of America's liberalism over the last half-decade depended on the single institution of the Supreme Court. Smith was onto something. Since the early 1950s, the American left has been in the bad habit of seeking from the federal judiciary what it cannot gain via democratic means. Sometimes, as in the case of NAACP versus Alabama, Brown versus Board, Loving versus Virginia, and others, its requests have been legitimate. By design, the Constitution contains some important counter-majoritarian provisions, and there's no shame whatsoever in using them. Mostly, however, they've been illegitimate. Roe v. Wade, Obergefell, Lemon versus Kurtzman, Regents of the University of California versus Bakke, Griswold versus Connecticut, Lee versus Weissman, etc. Progressives have treated the court as if there was a legislature whose job it was to start with a given outcome in mind and find the path to that outcome. Over time, progressivism's do something attitude evolved beyond the court and into other institutions the American left announced it had colonized. In colleges, students who disliked hearing opinions with which they disagreed began to shout "do something" at administrators, and administrators began to silence them. Silence those who opposed the opinions. In corporations, hysterical employees began to shout "do something" at HR flacks when their coworkers displeased them, and HR flacks began to reprimand the coworkers. Advocacy groups began to demand that journalists do something, in particular that journalists adopt their woke language, euphemisms, framing, and choice of villain, and to have their demands met without delay. In states and cities that they controlled from top to bottom, the makers of elite opinion began to ask prosecutors to ignore the laws they disliked and to watch as their requests were honored. Depending on the institution in question, the exact nature of the appeal to authority would change slightly, but in all the cases, the expectation was the same, that somewhere lurking in the shadows was a powerful figure who could make the unwanted development go away. Now here's the problem. The voters have now rebelled. The voters have rebelled, and there's no one coming to help the left. The voters have moved to the right. So Warren, who can worry about the conservative Republicans being off-putting to people like him, he's probably not going to go vote for the progressive Democrats. And the moderate, hardworking Hispanic voters of the Democratic Party, they're tired of the rich white wokes in the Democratic Party, so they're moving to the right. So all of these people are moving to the right, which is going to some degree, have a moderating influence overall on the Republican Party, make people like Warren happy, but the conservatives are still going to run the roost. They're just going to have to temper themselves and recognize we got a bigger tent now. We got to compromise with our own side. Some of them will, some of them won't. That will cause them problems. But essentially what's happening is for years, the media has told us demography was destiny and the GOP was done for. And instead, what's happened is the demographic tide has turned against the Democrats, whereas the Democrats have become better educated, college educated, upper income white people. Black and Hispanic voters are leaving that party for the white working class that's taken over the GOP. We are in the midst of a political realignment in this country. It is literally happening before our eyes. We can have people, Republicans, call and say, well, I don't like the conservatives in my party. Those people are destined to become Democrats more likely than not. And the Democrats who say they hate the progressives, well, they're more likely to become Republicans. We're seeing the crossing of paths in the suburbs and the ex-urban areas. It's happening before our eyes. It's fascinating to watch. And it's one reason so many of us, myself included in 2016, just couldn't fathom that people would vote for Trump. It turned out that everybody hated Hillary Clinton, not just me. And in 2020, it kind of became obvious a lot of these people would vote for Biden because they thought he would return to normal. The problem is that Biden didn't, and now there will be a massive, massive angry backlash against the Democrats for going so far left as opposed to returning to something that so many people thought was mainstream. Greg, you're going to be up next on the Eric Erickson Show. Welcome.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hey, Eric, how you doing?
Good.
I have a quick question about two Stacey Abrams commercials that are running right now. One of them is with someone purported to be a law enforcement officer named Dennis. It's strange Dennis doesn't have a last name or can be verified. Do you think it's an actor?
If he's in uniform, for sure. If not,
well, I've only heard it on the radio.
Okay, he may be real, but if so, he's probably in some progressive enclave. Is this the one that's against the concealed carry law?
Of course.
She's got that one trying to scare people. Here's the problem: that it's not going to work. I mean, look at this. The Quinnipiac poll that even Democrats say is a bad poll, don't believe it, has Abrams and Kemp tied. And if the Democrats themselves are openly saying Kemp's got at least a 5-point lead, that's bad for the Democrats. And the reason it's bad for the Democrats is because in 2018, Brian Kemp, until the end of the election, never was tied or ahead of Stacey Abrams. He was always behind. And if he's tied in a poll that even Democrats say is too biased in their favor, that's really bad for the Democrats, and I think they know it, which is why Abrams keeps scrambling to try to modify her positions. She's modifying her abortion position today, saying, well, I don't, I'm willing to do like a point of viability ban. Well, yesterday it was no abortion ban at all. Abortion till birth, and now she's walking that back. She's trying to moderate her positions. And remember, in 2018, Abrams was the one who said she would not moderate her positions. She would explain why her progressive values were good for people. She's not even trying that this time. Back to the phones. William, you're going to be up next. Welcome.
Yes, I was just going to touch back on what that guy earlier was talking about, the H-2B bill. We've been going through the same scenario, and it's just like you're describing. Nobody wants to work, even if we've increased our wages up $4 than what it originally was. So trying to go through the government's website of flagdol.org, we've been going on 16 months now, just trying to get a couple employees, and it has been the most frustrating thing in the world, and we keep getting rejected for the smallest little minute details, and it's so frustrating.
The government does not make any of this stuff easy at all, and that is such a frustrating part of everything that you guys in business are dealing with. And so many of the people in government right now, William, they're not even, they've never worked in the private sector. I want you to listen to Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation.
Is the July 4th holiday a recipe for disaster, given the issues with the system right now?
There are going to be challenges, but we're watching it closely, and we're talking to the airlines every day about their responsibility to make sure that they can accommodate any issues that weather or other curveballs might throw at them. A lot of people, including me, are expecting to get to loved ones over this holiday weekend, and we need a system that is resilient enough to get them there, plus good customer service when an issue does come up.
Okay, there are a couple of things to point out here. This is the Secretary of Transportation. He's largely blaming airlines for layoffs during the pandemic, and that's a fair criticism that they did lay off awful lot of people during the pandemic, they didn't expect business to bounce back as quick as it did. But also, Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation, should know that the FAA itself is understaffed right now, and that's his problem. That's not the private sector's problem. That's the government's problem. And the bureaucratic backlog that he and the government have inspired is wreaking havoc on airlines, the airline industry, the travel industry right now. It's a mess. Unless you're going to a commonly traveled tourist destination in this country, you're going to have a lot of problems right now flying places. Everybody's running into this sort of stuff. And the government does have something to do with it, and yet all you can get out of Pete Buttigieg is blaming the private sector when, yes, there are problems there. But the government played a big role in those problems. Now, one of the problems you may have is actually stinky air in your house. You know, I talk about how the Eden Pure Thunder...
It's summertime. What better place to gather with friends than an enjoyable... Catch a game on TV, play a friendly game of pool, or order an ice-cold beverage from the outside bar. Can't get out of the house or don't feel like cooking? Well, Rodino's is back on DoorDash, so have your favorite menu item delivered. Be sure to check out their website for daily specials at RodinoSouthernPines.com. That's Rodino's Pizza and Grinders on Pinehurst Avenue in Southern Pines. It's summertime, and what better place to gather with friends than an enjoyable evening of fun and food at Rodino's. Relax on the patio, catch a game on TV, play a friendly game of pool, or order an ice-cold beverage from the outside bar. Can't get out of the house or don't feel like cooking? Well,
It's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. This is Red Eye Radio.
Hello and welcome. He is Gary McNamara. I'm Eric Harley as we begin a very special Wednesday. Here.
Oh, what a beautiful morning.
Here at Red Eye Radio.
What a beautiful day.
Get the app, would you? Just get the app. Just get the app, would you?
Oh man, what a day!
Yeah, crazy day.
Wasn't it a fun day?
Another fun day in the neighborhood.
Another special fun day.
Yeah, we'll change the whole that. It's likely going on right now in other circles, and that is, when it comes to human trafficking and sex trafficking and all of this, and it involves children. It is just mind-boggling how there are multiple people involved, and it goes on, and it is kept secret. And we're talking about high-profile individuals, according to allegations. It's just mind-boggling and sickening, and 20 years is a light sentence, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree. I absolutely agree, because the evidence was not in dispute.
No.
Well,
know that I am going to come down, but it's like, oh, wow, man, I'm seriously catching some air here, and I'm lifting my feet.
You have to rest. In order to rest,
I've got to get the exercise.
You've got to work email.
Ah.
But then again, that is much of a bigger fantasy than being able to ski and golf every day. Pandemic, why weren't people happier? Didn't they get all the government money they wanted?
Right. Well, if you're doing a global survey, there are a number of things. You may have been, in other nations, they may have been more worried about how their government was handling or mishandling it. Also, the government reactions to COVID built a lot of fear in people's minds. And that was the case everywhere. I mean, I don't know where that wasn't in play. That the government reaction in building the fear out, along with the actual fear, especially if you're living in a country that did not have, if people were worried about getting the vaccine and they didn't have as much access to the vaccine as Western nations did, right? Then I could see people in those nations having a great deal of anxiety based on that. And again, I think the overall fear that's built by the reaction to COVID, that was very real, because it was over and over again. And you may look at it, and many of our listeners may look at it and say, I knew it was an overreaction. I believed that it was an overreaction, and now the studies show that it was an overreaction. But at the time, that's the difference. At the time, did people believe, were there enough people that believed or were driven to a point of great anxiety as a result of what the governments were doing?
But even with COVID and everything else, when you look at the world, and I've always stated, I'm so glad I was born now, because I can't imagine living in a world that didn't have plumbing, that didn't have some of the simple things like plumbing and refrigeration, and what you had to eat, and medicine and everything else. And you think, and you look at it, I mean, we live, and it's a growing number in the world, even with COVID and everything else. We live the easiest lives of any humans in the history of human beings. And yet, continually, it seems like we're more sad and dissatisfied. Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm sounding like Matthew McConaughey now on Contact. Remember when he was doing that? We have more of this and we have more of that. Yet we're not as happy as but part of that is true. Is it just we're told we're not happy? Have we become, when you think about everything, just look at the United States, for example.